and we do the anthems and the prayer.
We're going to sing only the first stanzas of all the anthems. It shall begin with the Uganda national anthem, the East African anthem, and then the Gulu anthem. Oh, Uganda. Mungu taomba ulinde tutimize malengo yetu, sote tuhakikishe tuimarishe umoja wetu. Gulu University, Northern Uganda, a launch pad for equipped for development, enhancing access to higher education. Good for community.
Thank you very much. We remain standing for a while. Led by the Deputy Secretary.
Let us pray. God Almighty Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the gift of the UN in the world and for the contribution that made, Lord, we praise you. Each one of us not being from walks of life, while the created the great harmony of life and Lord. Bless the dialogue ahead of us, bless all the activities of the day, and all those who will lead and guide us. We praise you, God, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you very much. You can take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been recognizing protocol from the Gulu University side. I would like to continue welcoming and appreciating the presence of all the staff from Gulu University. My name is Pamela Prince Okui. I'll be the MC for today's program, but we shall have moderators for the two sessions that we have. For now, let me invite a member from the UN team to come and recognize protocol appropriately. I may not ever do that, so may I invite my brother Martin Orange. Martin Orange. Oh, to invite another member.
Thank you very much. Let me also start by observing the protocol. Honorable Chancellor of the University of Gulu, Vice Chancellor, Senior Lecturers, the UN Resident Coordinator, of agencies and representatives here present, colleagues, students, good morning and welcome to this event. My task is simple. I am here to not only observe protocol, but also introduce the distinguished members of our UN country team. I will just start with one line, just to provide the students and those of us who are not part of the structure that I am referring to. So you get exactly what I'm talking about. The UN in Uganda constitutes of 29 UN agencies. We have 21 of those agencies resident in the country and 8 non-resident. Here today, we have a number of these heads of agencies present, and some have definitely shared their apologies for not being here with us today. And for those that are here, I am delighted, and it is a distinguished pleasure for me to be given the opportunity to introduce them. Some of them are actually delegated to represent agencies. So I would kindly ask you, as I pronounce you, to indicate to us who you are, so at least people can put names to faces. I would start with Ms. Muenya Kapasa, who is here to represent the International Labour Organization on behalf of Mr. Stephen Opio. Ms. Muenya Kapasa is Technical Officer at ILO. Next, I have Dr. John Opo, Head of Gulu Sub-Office for WHO, and he is also representing the WHO representative for Uganda. I have on my list next Ms. Iris Bloom, Head of Ajumani Sub-Office for UNHCR, and Mr. Paul Kenya, who is also head of the Arua Sub-Office for UNHCR. They are both representing UNHCR here. Dr. Fabian Mwanyumba is head of the Gulu Sub-Office for UNICEF. Mr. Mwanyumba is here representing the UNICEF representative for Uganda. Ms. Laura Lafuente, Program Coordinator, Gender and Youth, UNFPA, here the country representative for UNFPA. Mr. Conan Romaric and Kuesan is representing the Chief of Mission for ILO, International Organization for Migration. Ms. Sheila Ngatia, Deputy Representative of UNDP, is here representing the representative of UNDP. Mr. Bruno Otto, Country Representative for UNIDO. I have Dr. Eugene Owusu Afrifa, who is the Security Advisor for the UN. Next, I have Dr. Dimitri Ozita, sorry if I mispronounced his name. He is the head of office or country office for UNCDF in Uganda. Next, I have Dr. Jacqueline Makoka, who is the country director for UNAIDS. And I have Dr. Antonio Querido, country representative for sorry, FAO. At last, I am human. Antonio, you made it very correct me. FAO, I repeat. And last and finally, I have the distinguished pleasure to introduce to you all the head of UN in Uganda, Ms. Susan Ngongi Namondo, who is the UN resident coordinator. With that, colleagues, I thank you all very much, and I hand the mic back to the MC for today.
Thank you very much, my brother. The round of applause for him. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go straight into having the one gang of Gulu University. A one gang is the big man in the home. The big man in the home of Gulu University is our Vice Chancellor, Professor. I have the honor to invite you to give your welcome remarks for this dialogue for today.
The mayor, the country representative, UN, the mayor of the city, all the officials in Gulu city and Gulu district. I know this celebration is based in Gulu district. We started yesterday with football. The members of top management of the university, all the senior staff and students of Gulu University. It's indeed my pleasure to welcome you to the university. And I would like to start by thanking the UN for selecting this hosting the UN Day, as well as I think, and particularly for selecting the university to host the dialogue. I know we had a meeting in our office how this should proceed, and we agreed. And I'm happy today to see that the hall is full to capacity. This is the university library. We normally use this particular room to host functions. So I thank all of you for turning up this number. The mobilization was done when I was not there, but I can see that it went successfully, given my experience from yesterday. Today, we are celebrating the Sustainable Development Goal. There are 17 of them, which covers literally all spectrum of human life. I would like to state that we are now midway in the implementation of Sustainable Development Goal. And it's therefore a privilege for us as Gulu University host this day, as Gulu District and Gulu City to host this midterm commemoration. It's an annual commemoration, This is a very special one because it's a time when we need to evaluate our commitments and progress in the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goal. I know good progress has been made in the areas of poverty, hunger, quality education, gender equity, clean water, cheap and clean energy, decent work, economic growth, industry innovation, and infrastructure, reduction of inequality, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption, climate action. These are very important. Life below water, life on land, peace, justice, and strong institution. Sometimes go to academic institution, and then partnership. All these goals, if you examine them carefully, covers all spectrum of human life for the improvement of human well-being. And I would like to let you know that as Gulu University, we have been doing as much as we can in the direction of achieving these targets. So I will be extremely grateful that this discussion will bring honest observations of what we have done at the world level for the achievement of these goals. Some skeptics already say, given the rate at which we have made progress from 2015 to 2030, the SDG paper, I would like to disagree with that because I know significant progress is being made, at least as far as the university is concerned. Issues of energy, issues of poverty, issues of health, which the university generally focus on, issues of clean water. We are now also going to the question of cheap energy. For us in this sub-region, in relations to energy, we have a problem of charcoal burning. Charcoal burning, and I believe this dialogue will make a contribution towards solving the problem of charcoal burning. Now, charcoal, as far as we are concerned, is a cheap alternative. It's like cheap energy, but it has the other effect of creating environmental degradation and then creating environmental disability. So I believe this is one of the issues on the table. How do we get alternative cheap energy, which is not charcoal, or ensure that charcoal is invested in a sustainable way? This is something which is critical for the region, which I call upon this dialogue to discuss. I wouldn't want to relate all the issues that are important to this dialogue, because my primary responsibility is to welcome all of you, which I have already done. I would like to ask you to stay welcome. Our environment is peaceful. We have a forest next year, but there are no animals in it. They are just squirrels. They are not dangerous. And we are a very hospitable community. I call upon you to enjoy the discussion. Thank you very much.
A great round of applause. welcoming people to your home and assuring us that other than the spirals, there are no major cases of insecurity. So please feel at home. Let me now welcome the second person going to give the welcome remarks. That is the UN Area Coordinator, going to welcome us for this dialogue. He will take not more than 10 minutes. The Vice Chancellor has given a very good example of using less time. I will come to
Thank you. I think I have already received my instructions and I will abide to the same, but all the same, I will need to follow the protocol as required. So the Vice Chancellor, the lecturers, the students here in the UN resident coordinator and head of agencies, our UNAC colleagues and the staff of the UN, I want to join the Vice Chancellor in really welcoming you to this momentous moment or day when we have gathered here to actually dialogue around the SDG. I know people usually say it is impolite to speak after the Vice Chancellor, but maybe this is a unique situation. So allow me to echo his sentiments that we are actually midway in implementation of the SDGs. In very common forums that we usually engage, we talk of midterm review. So actually we are doing a midterm review of the SDGs that we are able to determine where we are at and what are the kind of strategic shifts that we need to make so that we can accelerate. And actually that is the theme for the UN Day. But my task is really not so much to go into the details of the discussions, because the details of the discussion rest with you. But I have been tasked to just remind you of the history of the UN and how the UN works in Uganda. So for those who already know, bear with us. I'm sure there are people who are really craving to get this kind of information. So the United Nations came into existence upon entry into force of the United Charter on 24th October 1945 and was founded immediately after the end of World War II to prevent such devastating world war and feature through promoting world peace and development. So this was followed by declaration that 24th of October should actually be devoted for commemorating UN Day as a forum to raise awareness of the goals and achievements of the organization and gaining support for its work. So we need to take this day very seriously because we are also taking the advantage of this day to create awareness as to what do we commit ourselves to the SDGs. Are we going in that direction? And what do we need to remind ourselves of? So the UN contribution in the Uganda particularly comes as a result of its inclusion as a member way back in 1962. And since then, it has been a very strong, active partner of the UN and have been working very. And we can access to some of these facts that I'm trying to allude to. For example, in 2009 to 2010, Uganda was a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council. Right Honorable Dr. Ruhakana Rukunda contributing to international peace and security. In addition, in 2014-2015, with Hon Sam Affairs was at the helm and presided over the 69th session of UN General Assembly, when the and were later endorsed by world leaders in September 2015. So it is within this framework that we are here to commemorate the UN Day. It's normally a national event celebrated in Uganda, but because of our decentralized nature, we have adapted a mechanism where we celebrate this day in different regions. So this time around, Gulu City has been blessed to host this event and in collaboration with the city and the district local government. And now the university has embraced and accepted to conduct the SDG dialogue, not by chance, but because they are in a position to do that dialogue and come up with a way forward as to how we need to accelerate. So, in the spirit of leaving no one behind and popularizing the sustainable development goals at the grassroots, this is the grassroots this year. That's why we are here to commemorate the day in Gulu City. So accelerating the achievements of the 2030 agenda and the SDGs here in Gulu really provides opportunities for the citizens of Gulu and also the surrounding districts to an opportunity to understand the core values of safety, happiness, and peaceful world. So basically, this is some of the gains that we expect to achieve this day, apart from raising awareness about the activities of the United Nations. And all this is really linked to various national instruments that we are speaking to, National Development Plan number 3, as it is also aligned to the Vision 2040. So there are specific objectives that we have lined up as far as this celebration is concerned. There are 4. One is to accelerate the 28th anniversary of the United Nations by highlighting the contributions in social, economic, political, and human fields, to draw attention to the need to focus on achieving the 2030 agenda and accelerating sustainable development goals. We've mentioned here, of course, youth are at the center of this, but we know many more issues will come up during the discussion. And the third is to obtain views from the stakeholders on how the UN system can contribute better to accelerate the achievements of the SDGs, still focusing on the people whom we feel are at the center of the change that we want to see, the youth. And then to engage really various stakeholders, including the government, non-government actors for accelerating. So the role of the UN is really committed to supporting the country to deliver on its mandates. As has been mentioned earlier on, we work at central level and also at the centralized level. And our support is really anchored within the UN Sustainable Development Cooperative Framework. And we are here to demonstrate the leadership we're seeing from central and we are seeing from NAC, really demonstrates what we feel is very critical as one in terms of at the central level and also at the decentralized level who are key in implementation. So you'll find we have a range of UN offices that are located in northern Uganda with various programs that
we are coordinating and delivering as one in support of the government priorities towards achievement of the sustainable development goals. So we are hopeful that the outcome of this dialogue will enable the region to double or even triple where necessary. We really have to take stock the effort so that we are able to accelerate the SDGs towards the targets set for 2030. So time is very limited. So I just want to run you, if I was to behave like the minister yesterday, maybe I should be flagging you off now, start to accelerate. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes, you can, sir. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I got an appeal that I was recognizing and introducing the university team before the arrival of the UN team. Therefore requested to give a very brief recap of the introduction so the UN team gets to know our people. You already know our Vice Chancellor, just welcome you here, Professor George Openjurada. Our Deputy Vice Chancellor is Professor David. The University Secretary just stepped out. He will come back and introduce him. We have the Academic Registrar, Dr. Jerry Bagaya. Dr. kindly wait for the people to see him. We also have the Deputy Academic Registrar, Sister Rosalba, who led us here in the opening prayer. And the one walking in is the University Secretary, Mr. David Ogol. We also have here professors, doctors, and members of the senior academic staff. I'm seeing here Professor Charles Okumu is in. I'm seeing Dr. Stella Laloro, Dr. Agatha. I'm seeing many. Please, you're all welcome. Members of the academic staff and even those in the administration. We also have deans and chiefs of faculties and institutions. The Dean of Faculty of Agriculture and Environment, Dr. Collins Okello, please wait. I would also like to add that Dr. Collins here is the chairperson from the university who was helping to organize this dialogue. Doctor, thank you very much. We have the Guild President, the Student Guild President is here present, kindly wait, and his cabinet, and the students, you're most welcome. We also have from the community, other than the university, we have the Gulu city leadership. We have here the Lord Mayor, we also have the Deputy Resident City Commissioner for Gulu West. You're welcome. We have members of the Gulu University Council here present and members from the community. Please feel at home, please feel welcomed to this dialogue. You all matter. The theme today is leave no one behind. We are leaving no one behind. We also have the virtual audience, people attending online. Ladies and gentlemen, let me remind you that this program is being streamed online on YouTube. Someone told me earlier on that tell the people that how they'll talk, how they sit, how they'll eat, how they'll whisper, someone else is watching elsewhere. Don't say I did not tell you, I have said it. Let me now welcome our Lord Mayor to give his welcome remarks. Worship, you're most welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to observe the protocol that has been well established by the VC and other speakers. My name is Okwan Alfred. I'm the mayor of Gulu City. In a special way, I welcome all of you to Gulu City. Thank you so much. Susan, Gulu City was this UN Day. I would like to thank so much the UN organizing team for Susan Gulu City, and also for the various work that we have started during this pre-event day. Thank you so much, the organizing team. I've not been attending the various meetings, and because I was engaged outside the city, but my deputy mayor was the meetings, preparation meeting. I came back yesterday, wanted to play with you, and this football around that I could play. I found most of those activities was done. But today I'm with you, tomorrow we'll be around. And also if you have post-event activities, I will also be there. For today, I'm really so privileged and really happy for you and for supporting our city, supporting our region, and supporting our Uganda, and they work for the world. Thank you, in general. In Gulu City, we have UN supporting, and more prominently, we have UNCDL. I'm seeing it is here, is helping Gulu City a lot, and we are even working to support the forcefully displaced version in the city and many other activities. We are working with UNCDL. More prominently, we also have UN Women. We also have UNESCO, United Nations, Education, Scientific and Research and Culture, among others, World Food and the rest. We cannot forget about them. I would like to thank you for bringing this dialogue and also for selecting very good people leaving no one behind. And this is the purpose why we are here this war, because we do not want to leave anybody behind. And this war is not the only UN war. It has to be civilized at individual level. If we are to win, there are certain things that individuals should do for themselves, households should do for themselves, the governments should do for themselves, and region or the UN can come at a level. For me, I is more particular about Agenda 16, this is all about peace, justice, and strong institution. I think this is the root cause of all the problems we are battling. Sustainable development. If really peace, justice is there, and strong institutions there. I don't believe that anger can be exist. Poverty can exist, and other agendas which are there. And I strongly believe that one day it's about total peace in the world, then all other problems can be solved. For individuals who are here, I don't want to see you that you are going to fight poverty in your house if you don't work by yourself. I don't know whether you have all the money to give to me or to anybody else to be rich. Listen, you take this over at the individual level, at the family level, fight it. Once you solve the problems of poverty, then also the rest can be sorted. So you can concentrate on those people and other ways they can extend their hands. At individual level, we have to concentrate in number one, so that other problems is we are seeing like anger, education, clean water. We can also address it at our some level of our house. In Gulu and in the region where we are, this is the first time we are hosting the UN activities at this level, at this high caliber level. And this is very important, very significant for us, because you know the history of this region. We have been in war for 20 years plus. For somebody who have not come from here, may not know, but the effect of the war, however small you think the war is, it depends on the time that war has occurred. The war, once the war has dragged on for so long, it's more dangerous than the war which have killed so many people and have lasted for 1 week. There is cultural disorientation. Everything, how people live, have really changed after this war. I witnessed it. This war started when somebody at a teenage, and now in the middle of adulthood, I know how this war affected people. I now want to request that it's not a surprise for us now to see that this region is the poorest in the country. It's not a surprise for anybody. Yeah. It's because of the war. It's also not a surprise that we have poor quality education. Now that we can educate that really have poverty here, we have poor education here. For me, I take these two as a pillar for sustainable development. Without quality education, you cannot also fight poverty or other things at the individual level. And therefore, we go ahead to strategize to support this region in poverty reduction and eradication. Strongly. We have very good arable land, fertile. We are producing. But you see where our problem starts from farming level. We cannot use the land. The land is there. We cannot use it. If this dialogue is for sustainable development, how can we be visualizing resources we have? Two, the little we have produced is destroyed at storage level. All the maize we produce, all the grain we produce, all the cereals we produce, all the oil seed we produce are destroyed by aflatoxin at the storage level. At the city level, at the local government, our hands are tied. We cannot put a major investment or infrastructure for cleaning and safe storage of this food we are produced in this level. If we can have a helping hands anywhere, where silos can be installed, dryer is put there, megawatts, I think we can also solve some problems of health, some problems of hunger, some problems of economy, because we cannot sell our maize now to our neighbors in Kenya, Sudan, and other places, and we are killing ourselves with toxin because we are consuming it ourselves. So, our schools, if you move, it's good that you have field activities. We are teaching things of 1900. I think we need computer labs. You cannot buy computer, you cannot put computer lab in all our schools. But can this very meaningful if we can even donate one lab in one school to be a model school? And to say that one can make some significant meaning of celebrating this day. I'm not giving it, but for all of us who are in this house, so that we can say, we are being in Gulu on this day, celebrating UN Day. We cannot change everything, but for this and this, we have put something. It will be a great memory for the people of Gulu City and everyone. I beg to stop here. I was only invited to welcome you. opportunities are unutilized. So your potentials is the one that leads you to gain meaningful benefit from it. And this is a good basket of the country. And we are having very rich culture which is not being promoted, with all these areas of investment. Back to stop here for God and my country.
For the way out. Ladies and gentlemen, we are heading towards the end of the beginning. Let me now welcome the resident city commissioner who will welcome people. Mr. Gilbert Appeal, the deputy resident commissioner for Gulu West. My God, we are in Gulu East, we still Gulu City. Welcome, sir.
And so the other who is one of the corner. Because of yesterday's activity, even they just noticed that the UN team was very much on form and very fit during the marathon and also during the football match. They showed us that they are very serious. And to prove it that they are focused towards the vision 2040, they actually beat up 2-4. So I want to thank everyone who participated and want to thank everyone who has participated this morning. I bring with me the apologies of the resident city commissioner. Bring the apologies of the resident city commissioner who is unable to be with us. She had traveled recently for other official duties and she only arrived in the city at 5 o'clock this morning. So she's feeling a lot of fatigue, like me, who was beaten by the UN team yesterday. So she is unable to attend. She sends apologies and good tidings. A lot has already been said by the other speakers. I just want to, as the representative of the Office of the President, to thank the UN team and other supporting agencies for the work that you have done in the country and the world over to support peace and development. We have not been left behind, and we are fully in the race to achieve various commitments for development that we have ratified. And to show that, as Office of the President, we have rolled out a number of programs to ensure that the remaining 39% of our people who are living in the informal non-market economy are pulled out, and everybody should have at least money in the pocket, and they should be participating actively in the development of the country. I want to appreciate the team of minds that came up with our theme, leaving no one behind. And that's what we are doing. As a country, we want to pull out the loved ones, so that when they join the others in the middle economy, we shall now pursue the extreme wealth for our people. At one time, we used to have a very common saying here that we shall not wait for Karamoja to develop. No, we shall not wait for Karamoja to develop. So one time I was challenged by a team of youth from Karamoja
were in a conference like this one, and somebody said, no, the rest of us shall not wait for Karamoja to develop. Then one person put up the hands, said, MC, no, let me first say something. And when he was given the microphone, he said, Uganda cannot develop without Karamoja. The reason being, you cannot change the shape of the map. So if Karamoja is not developed, it means Uganda is not developing. And that's what we are doing, leaving no one behind. A number of years ago, when you talked about Gulu, the first thing that came to the person's mind was it was a place of extreme insecurity, a place of war, a place of disorganization, and so on. But over the years, we have been able to deal with the security, and we are now a very peaceful place and ready, very fertile for development. So we thank you that the UN and other agencies actually played a very big role during the war to keep us afloat, keep our heads above water. Because normally, we are in a situation of war, there is almost no impetus for development. And so the UN providing relief services and other supporting inputs was able to keep this region above water, and we have taken it up from there. So I want to thank you greatly. Please, from the President, eternal gratitude. Now that we have security, we are now focused to achieve the various commitments as a country, including Northern Uganda. So thank you for bringing this activity here. We are right on track for the achievement of that. So thank you, and we welcome everyone. Welcome everyone to a friendly community, a safe community. Let us deliberate in peace and deliberate with open minds. I thank you for God and my country.
Thank you very much. Let's clap properly. Thank you for the assurance and for the welcome remarks. Now we are going to go into questions and presentations. Before I invite the session moderator, let me talk to the students. Our dear guests, close your ears. Hello, students. Hello. If you hear me, clap once. I said once. If you hear me, clap once. Tell your neighbor we are okay. Today, we are getting the material for the other coursework. Yes. Open all your senses to absorb the most you can, but also wait, participate. At the end of the session, there will be a plenary where your contributions will be very much required. Let me now take the honor to welcome the session moderator, our Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor David Okello Owen. May we clap to welcome him. Thank you to the audience. Get up from here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pamela. And thank you for bringing the teacher in you out and giving inappropriate instructions to your students. I will also, as a session chair, add on to that, because we are in a session that needs to be guided. David Okello Wing is my name, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs, and I'm going to chair this session. Chairs always sit down, but this chair is a teacher, is going to stand. I think I'm capable of standing for the 1 hour of this session. Today's theme is
leave no one behind. And I don't want us to leave anyone behind. We should all move together. The session, which is the first session, has a theme of setting the context on SDGs. So we shall zero down on setting the context on SDGs. We shall interrogate what is the progress so far towards achievements of SDG. That is where we shall focus our attention in the next 1 hour. The 1 hour into 3. The first 10 minutes will be by one of the discussants, or I mean rather the panelists, who is going to be Professor Catherine Odora Oppas. Then the next 10 minutes will be by Mr. Pascal Birogaba. Then this leaves us with 40 minutes. Then the 40 minutes will be the plenary discussions, and you will therefore then participate. As a session moderator, the protocol doesn't apply here so much. And the protocol was already said, but we do recognize the presence of all of you in this room. So allow me introduce the first presenter. The first presenter is Professor Catherine Odora Oppas. Professor Catherine Odora Oppas is a renowned professor of education. Therefore, she is an educationist, and she is so passionate about gender equity, which is the SD goal, SDG number 5. She is passionate about it. Whenever she talks that comes out. But I know she will discuss well beyond that. She has worked in several universities, including UNICE in South Africa, as well as here in Gulu University at home. Professor Oppas is not in this room, but she is around virtually. She is in Kampala, and her presentation will be online. Our presentation will include a video, UN DESA video that will be screened. In the interest of time, let me introduce the second person as well, who is within the room. The second presenter will be Pascal Birogaba. Pascal, you are around, may you stand up. That is Pascal. Clap for him, please. And he may want to see what, let him first sit there, because there will be a video, and let him first watch the video. Then he will come. Pascal is a program monitoring and evaluation specialist at the SDG Secretariat Office of the Prime Minister. I know you will give us a very good presentation. Maybe first clap for these two before we start. And may I request that we start with the Oppas, and as a teacher, I'm going to time. Thank you very much.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
Let us pay as much attention as possible. Students, you are already told, have a pen and paper, jot down something. She may not talk again the same.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Hello, 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 can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? 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 Can you hear me? Yes, I mean, I'm here, but no one is answering. Okay, yeah.
We are approximately 8 years since the SDGs started in 2016. If you're ready, you tell me to stop talking. So as you do a midterm review, you look backwards to help you reach where you want to go. So this is what we shall pay attention to. And we are doing this as Uganda, okay? This is a national event. So it is not a Gulu University event. It is not a Gulu City event. It is a national event. But you are being watched throughout the world. So yes, we are there now. May we start? And I can turn on my clock. Thank you.
Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hello. Professor Oppas, may we know if you want to talk before the video?
I want to talk before the video.
Okay, therefore you can begin.
Yes.
Well,
Can my video be activated, please?
the video is ready. It's just waiting for a button to be pressed and it will start running. So may you your speech.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for inviting me to join you. I'd like to interact with our youth to teach them defensive driving in policy. Because if we don't know what has hurt us before, we'll be fools in heading for the future. So, looking back, before the Millennium Development Goals, most countries and their policies in the South went through incredible hardships. At the United Nations, where the newly independent countries sought to redress and reconstruction, they were soon to realize that the world body is a domain in which the rich Western countries intend turning it into a playground. Not only were alternative models proposed by the third world countries grappled with in details and often transformed into something else the rich countries wanted, but from 1980s onwards, the Bretton Woods institutions backed by the Western industrialized countries proactively shoved the market model through the structural adjustment programs down the throats of the ideologically beaten back and heavily indebted countries. When these views and policy positions from the powerful countries are proactively pushed as conditionalities on the already immeasurized countries, the situation becomes not only untenable, but very wicked indeed. As this celebration is organized like a dialogue involving the youth, I want us to look seriously back at what we went through so that in future, we would be, our youth will protect us against these injustices. The structural adjustment programs mandated cuts in the social sectors, especially education and health, a factor that has not only increased poverty and misery, but also increased mortality among women and children. Export promotion strategies and deregulations under the ideology of neoliberalism led to the over-exploitation of natural resources such as timber, land, and water, and to a shift in control of these resources away from local populations to the multinational companies, owned mostly by the industrialized countries. So, it was not funny. Even well-intentioned governments often had to comply with the harsh adjustment conditionalities or face a total cut-off from funds. In the first place, the IMF and the World Bank present a package, take it or leave it basis. Secondly, they often have the wealth of skilled, well-groomed economists and scientists to argue their case using sophisticated terminologies and scientific jargon. As a result, for example, Tanzania prepared itself to enter into agreements and contracts for trade and economic assistance with friendly nations from all parts of the globe, but on one condition. Nyerere said, from no quarter shall we accept direction or neocolonialism, and at no time shall we lower our guard against the subversion of our government or our people. Neither our principles, our country, nor our freedom to determine our future are for sale. So, what of the Millennium Development Goals? Before the MDGs, there were several conferences. The Education for All and the CAR conference. The Education for All these objectives, like universalizing access and promoting equity and focus on learning and so on. But critically, was a member of the steering committee of the International Consulting Forum for EFA in the 1990s. As a member of this steering committee, I witnessed the evil of this initiative. It has been documented that the structural adjustment program and the debt crisis that followed impaired Africa's capability to respond to the call for ESA. Looking at the range of sponsors of EFA alone, it is at times discomforting to find that some of the very protagonists of EFA, are also the main powers behind Africa's debt problem, complete with the distortions of African policy priorities. More than that, education for all would be practiced as schooling for all. A distortion that it has persisted up to now. And then the Dakar conference was the same thing. I will not read the goals, but the Millennium Development Goals contained preconditions that were too narrowly defined, too much top-down, partial analysis, and it excluded the North, and a big push on the financial gap and so on. The problem of ownership and political support threatened these initiatives.
Professor, may you sum up? Thank you.
In conclusion, I say, now that we have the United Nations under full control of the goals of the SDGs, let us shift education from solely the uncontested acceptance of knowledge, turning students into masters of memorization and regurgitation, to agents of critical thinking. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor. For that, we are going to go for the video. May we have the video quickly? The video is about 5 minutes. Thank you.
Coverage. 48% are marketing for very large checks, and 37% checks dominated for regrets. We continue to have lingering COVID-19. 1 in 3 people worldwide struggle with moderate to severe. 25 million children missed out between immunizations in the country. 50 million more than this was next. The large increase which came country and thought. Yes. Anyways, yeah. The base of level environment. Threatening hundreds of millions of people. We are safeguard and preserve. War and conflict are inflicting devastating toll on the none. Developing countries in the world's poorest and most vulnerable. Remember 2022, what we said, 69 forest species. Progress in that area is the marketing potential for further. 820 active selection between planting and 20. 146 countries already met or are on track to meet the under 5 Mars condition. And the 85 increase in global aid is 2% that is trying to using innovation and technology. Medium, high, and high technology needs that are robust. 95% of the world spend mobile internet, and 2 in 3 people use the internet. We must make the next 7-year count. We can and we must turn things around. But the clock is ticking. The Secretary General had identified 5 key areas for urgent action. 1. We commit to transformative SDG action. 2. Advance inclusive policies for equality. 3. Strengthen capacity for SDG progress. 4. Recommit IMF SDGs for strengthen U.S. citizens. Including the for the SDGs. For more information, please read the Sustainable Development Goals report for 2023.
Thank you very much for the video. That was really very, very good snapshots, which tells us quite a lot about the SDGs, what we have achieved, and how far we have gone. Our next presenter is Mr. Pascal Yogaba, the Program Monitoring and Evaluation Specialist, and he is here for him. Would you like the podium? Okay, come and be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and thanks the IGT for the captivating video. I take this opportunity to thank the UN family for organizing this forum together with Gulu and Gulu University. I'm thanking this team just because in 2020, during our second voluntary national review report, for the purposes of our students, every year, member states of the UN, 193 member states of the UN are required to submit to the UN, and this is what we call the voluntary national review report. So in 2020, during our second voluntary national review, one of the recommendations, there were 6 recommendations, one of them was SDG localization. Then 2 also build a leadership culture for the SDGs, and this is what is happening here. So that's why I'm thanking the UN family for actually localizing the UN, not bring it down to the common parts. I will share my presentation in the ITT. Because I did SDGs, I dream SDGs, I speak and work SDGs, but I will share my presentation with the team. I will start with the national level because I need to share how Uganda is progressing on the SDG. I know this video will just watch the big scale in terms of where we are going by 2030. Everyone is thinking, shall we be there? Yes, possibly we shall be there in some goals and some targets and some indicators, but we might not be there 100% in all the goals. But we are progressing well. The 2022 report of the Sustainable Development Solutions Network, which ranks Uganda the 130 out of 155 countries, we were scoring 54% in terms of achieving the SDG target. This year, 2023, we are now 55%. We just made a progress by 1%, which is still good progress. Our efforts now are focused on then how we accelerate, because you can see just last 1 year, we've been stagnating. That's stagnation, that's not progress. So we need now to accelerate to ensure that by 2030, we have achieved at least most of the targets. But to achieve targets, for us to be able to see, I know most of us are usually interested in figures, which percentage, which are we ranking now. There must be coordination mechanisms, there must be frameworks, we must integrate the SDGs into development planning frameworks, backup cornerstones, and aims of the relevant programs to ensure that they do things right, because most of government programs, and indeed those of the development partners, are achieved through local government structures, and therefore it is important that we also reach out to the local government structures. So I will also hit out to the fact that in terms of data, because for us to attain this position or these statistics, we need to have the data. So out of the 231 global SDG indicators are applicable to Uganda's context. So the others are not applicable to Uganda. And we made very good progress. In 2016, we were able to monitor and report on only 41 indicators by 2016, after the adoption of the SDGs in September 2015. But in 2019, when we were submitting our second VNR report, we were at 92 indicators. You can see there was some good progress, and currently we are at 135 indicators that actually have data points. So this has been a tremendous effort by government and with support of the UN family. plus other development partners, because it is this data that is used to rank the member state. So this is very good progress, and we hope that possibly by 2030, we should have all the SDG indicators with data points. Unfortunately, some of these indicators that are applicable to Uganda are globally computed. So the UN family, the different UN agencies have a responsibility to ensure that those additional indicators, we are in a position to assess ourselves, assisted by the UN family, and then able to have data points on them. In terms of planning and mainstreaming, the SDGs were adopted at the time when Uganda had just also adopted its second national development plan to for the young students. We have Vision 2040. You have heard our president, political leaders talk about Vision 2040, which is implemented through 5-year plans, which we call the National Development Plan. So we are now currently in NDP 3. So in 2015, Uganda just adopted its second National Development Plan, which is NDP 2. So at that time, Uganda, I mean, the SDGs were 70% aligned to that plan. So it means if the government, if the local government and all the partners supported the government to implement NDP 2 at the time, only close to 70% of the SDGs would have been achieved. So that was 70% alignment. But in NDP 3, we are now over 90% aligned to the SDGs. So the NDP 3 is aligned to the SDGs by over 90%. And there is also an assessment by NPA, National Planning Authority, and Ministry of Finance, which is a certificate of compliance for SDGs, to see how different local governments have aligned the different aspects of sustainable development, including gender impact and human rights and climate change, to the district development plans. So it is very important that each of the local governments align their district development plans to the national development plan, but also to the SDGs. And that is assessed through that certificate of compliance. So you can see also that is very good progress. We have also worked and supported and reached and appreciate the fact that these are core, the local governments are very core to implementing and achieving the SDGs. So we've reached out to all the district local governments in Uganda. One, to create awareness, because awareness is very core to someone taking action. If you're not aware, then incidentally you might not take some action because you are not aware of why you should take action on the SDGs or not. So we've been reaching out to the district local governments to ensure that they appreciate their role and responsibility in implementing the SDGs. So I am quite sure that if you moved around Uganda now, you won't meet any district planner, any chief administrative officer, or the RDC, or the chairperson LOC, who will say, I don't know about the SDGs. So at least now we know about the SDGs, and they are making an effort to integrate these SDGs into the district development plans. We have also supported some of the local governments. Uganda is the only country in Africa that has taken on the approach of voluntary local reviews. I have been talking about voluntary national reviews, which is a national report we sent to the UN, but also local governments are encouraged to conduct self-assessment, which we call the voluntary local reviews. So Uganda is actually leading the flag in addition to Ghana, Zimbabwe, and Cameroon. In terms of also popularization, we've also, the government together with the UN support, we've translated these SDGs into local languages. So you see some of the SDG flyers that are actually in the Acholi language, if we have that language. But I know the language that is mostly spoken here is part of those the SDGs translated languages. When it comes to, again, awareness, we've also come up with a platform which we call the SDG conference. But this conference usually is it usually starts with the regional forums and festivals, which bring together the different local government leaders from the various regions to come together to coherently assess themselves on how they are progressing, the challenges they have, because these local governments have quite a number of challenges, which they sometimes need to be presented to the central government, the office of the Prime Minister, Ministry of Finance, among others. Yes, Now, global, where we've seen the video, I don't want to repeat. 2023, at the beginning of 2023, during the preparation of the second SDG summit, there was a special edition report for the UN Secretary General on SDG progress, which actually highlights what has been presented in the video. But key to note is that developing countries alone, we actually require $250 billion to realize where do we get this money. And at that point, that's when the Secretary General requested all the member states to recommit themselves to come up with the National Transformation and Acceleration paper on the SDGs. So as Uganda, we came up with 6 commitments, national commitments, which we are going to focus on for the next 7 years, up to 2030. The first commitment is building resilience and leaving no one behind. I mean, it's the theme for this UN Day celebration, but largely this should be through the Paris development model. So the government says by 2030, we believe if we maintain this PDM and refocus ourselves, we should be in position to not leave anyone behind through PDM. The second commitment, which these commitments are going to inform National Development Plan 4. You know, the process has already started, so there has been agreement that these commitments must be interlinked and inform the development process of the National Development Plan 4, which is part of Vision 2040. So the second commitment is accelerating SDG financing, trade and investments, because as developing countries especially, we require a lot of money, a lot of financial resources to achieve the SDGs by 2030. So countries have been asked also explore local financing opportunities. So as a country, how do we resource mobilize internally as a country? How do we resource mobilize as a local government, finance our development programs? The third commitment is harnessing the potential of science, technology, and innovation. The fourth one is on data, harnessing the potential on data. The fifth one is accelerating socioeconomic transformation through climate change mitigation and adoption. And the last one is on strengthening SDG coordination and service delivery mechanisms. So we believe that we support from the UN family and other development partners, the government will be in a position to focus on these commitments, especially in the National Development Plan 4, which is upcoming, and we should be able to see ourselves progressing at an accelerated speed by 2030. So I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Diogava, for that very good presentation you have made. For you to come and sit in front. I've been requested by the secretary that there is another which is under this sub-theme of ours that let us watch. We can't rush a video, unfortunately. I would have rushed it, but it is another 5 minutes. Thank you. All this. So one of the leading organizations going into the report. The number of school educated, if you go to school, the number of people getting what same truth will be started. We still a lot more to do. Over 800 million people still living on that.
That one is difficult to
It done? Thank you very much for the video. Let's clap for the presenters and the video. May I now request Pascal to come and sit in front here with the, paper and pen. And I also request Professor Oppas to be online because some of the questions will be directed to you. The third question, there is still no lady. We shall stop at 3 until there is a lady. So what I want is 2 ladies, 2 gentlemen. Gender equity, SDG 5. Thank you very much. If you have a question, please put up your hand and please be straightforward. I will pick you. Thank you. And please say your name and let us know whom you're directing the question to, whether to Professor Oppas or to Mr. Pascal. Thank you very much. Where are the hands? I want to see the hands up. Okay, fortunately, this will reach 4. There's a lady's hand up, Agatha. The next, can you have your hands up and then I pick you so that the just come to you. Okay, Agatha, you can go ahead and make your comments or question. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much. My question goes to
Pascal.
So, my question is that Uganda has been able to align its development policy programs to the sustainable growth development. But we don't see any change. Have you been interrogated the impact? Thank you.
Among those asking questions, need students are well.
My question was that we was online. She was so good. She emphasized the education. My question is the motivation This is also a point whereby we can see how many pointers are creative, it's not lawful, they are seriously lamenting, negotiating. After reaching the next is their motivation, what, thank you.
Thank you very much. You must be a medical student. Yes, the gentleman behind right there. Then the next one should be a lady. Yeah, pick that one and then you take the gentleman behind. Yes, Caroline.
Thank you so much. My name is Caroline, student in the University of Gulu. My concern,
Go on, keep talking.
About presentation, and it's a general question. We have seen progress, but our worry is the youth. Our fathers might not be much affected, but how about the youth? We are going to say we are changing our curriculum, fits the development goals that we have in place. How about the youth that are somewhere where they cannot even go to school because we are seeing that each Uganda is living below the poverty line. How are they going to school? They are uneducated, they cannot read, they cannot even help them. And saying we get them to work, get them to learn how to fabricate machines and this and that. How will we do that? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The gentleman standing, those will make 4 and then we shall respond quickly, then another set of 4. Yeah, we still have time. What's wrong with the microphone? Or is the person who is has something wrong? The next SDGs. Thank you. Can you be stable when it picks the network?
Thank you so much. See, SDG, MDG, from people's issue. And today, you're telling us that we can go. The implementation of SDG after this very function was devastating. We would be reading from somewhere, or we would be hearing from people that have, we are going to work SDG or MDG.
Thank you very much. Your name, I didn't get it well. Can we respond to this, Pascal, those that are directed to you? May I give you this mic?
Thank you very much for the question. The last question we answered by everybody, including the last question. The MPG for us are the ones that highlight that very question. That SDGs are what we do every day. Even you can be here after the making and giving SDG. Because this is collaboration, this is partnership, and that is you know, so, but I know other colleagues. Now, the first question on there is no change from Yet, and go on. I want to say the government has been there. What's the lot to everyone expectation and possibly they are a slower progress. That's why we are now talking about acceleration. That's why we are now doing action. But in regard as well as the new, for instance, you are over the fortunately, Ghana really go over the island. There are reduced from 31% very quickly. So, but we need to put the progress. That might be so. When you look at everything, you will invest in 336 mother used that were dying out of 100,000 life. But currently, this number will reach 100. Following the current and the recent release. So you can do that really quickly. I know in private sector we are got a lot of our cover and SDGs, but the government through with support from partners is making a lot of very good efforts in restoring the environment, restoring the natural forest. This number has improved from 9% in 2019, now 12%. Rather than reduced from 21% in 1999% in 2019. But now you can see these efforts are being made to ensure that is passed in a positive way. Then among the second question that our youth being supported or helped, especially those that are not very school. You government programs. I don't want to speak on behalf of the UN, but I know UN is also supporting a number of programs for skilling for young people and also targeting programs that are actually targeting youth out of school. But for government, you well know about the presidential youth skilling program, and that is purely targeting the non-school going youth with skills. That we for all 16,176 youth on that program. So you can see that there is dedicated effort to ensure that the young people are targeted. We have a yoga program, which is also targeting the informal sector, where some of those young people that are not going to school are, and then lastly, they see a lot of industrialization, setting up of the regional factories that happen by government, and employees in those factories that will find the young people in the informal sector. So you can see the very good being by government to ensure that happens. Recently, Uganda government launched the information technology strategy, the IT strategy, transformation strategy. And one of the key things in there is to reduce the cost of internet. I think some of you watched on TV recently when the Minister for IT and National IT was making an announcement on the efforts by government to reduce the cost of internet. And we very well know that this internet that is used by young people, especially who are making innovations here and there. And then
please summarize.
I saw that.
Yes, may we ask Professor Opal if he's online to respond to any question that was directed to her. Professor Opal, please, are you online? She has gone off, but I think most of the questions were responded to. Yes, development is very difficult to see. It's like when our forefathers were migrating, they didn't know they were migrating. And they found themselves in Uganda from South Sudan and from Ethiopia. Yes, a question here. Then Christine, you will be number 2. Then the two, this gentleman and the gentleman there. Yeah, you can now put up down your hand. I've already seen you. Thank you.
This year, the president of the United States government, when about one change has come to where 2,000 people blind have the number from 2,000 acres. Right now, we are planning 250 acres. Different projects. So we have the power, moving away them to and so we for their money. What is going to need to know and people who are since I came to Nigeria, we have managed to work. We want to create a student, we have created a community, and they change it. You cannot believe where we are that we can do that. The president is there, and they have to come and what we only need our model. We are doing already Jacob County. Every year, and twice a year. So we get to our own file and make a shovel without the so what we got is better than take opportunity. When the union family they just do something then you can cooperate that they thanks so much.
Thank you, Christy.
Good afternoon, Christine. Go when you mention your names.
My concern video, it was talking about there was a mention about the gender equity. I thought a figure of 300 years. I was wondering whether the period that we take as gender equity, maybe I don't know if it is that what are the people that UN is talking about, in addition to what we already talking about, that can help us to reduce the 300 years that
Thank you very much. The one in a suit with a lot of medals. Yes.
Paying attention to presidency also 0. Here are the point of the World Summit 1996. It says, food security exists when all people at all times have visible and economic access to sufficient, safe and nutritious food to meet their dietary needs and food preferences for an active and healthy life. With this, I believe so much that for us to achieve the SDG good number, we should everyone nation. Number one is food availability. And if we are to consider the balance perspective, that the reality is using a lot of evidence previously is where the current serving this week illegal independence days and where they say to run the reality is using 5.8 million liters a week. But the consuming only 300 liters of fuel. Then we are also producing 5 million tons of maize, but we are consuming only 1 million tons. It indicates that food is available in Uganda. But now my major issue comes with the other pillars of food security. Number 2 is food accessibility. With this, we mean by people who cannot produce food, they must have economic access to get that food. So now, I'm saying One good government is doing a lot of work by giving about this. My argument here is what is the skill those people also to produce their food by themselves. So that at least also they have that access to food. Even if they are not skilled in food production, they may be skilled in other areas so that they are able to make money and also buy food they can use.
Put up your hand so that I see, that one on the, that one. Yeah, thank you. Be brief.
There, what should there be?
Thank you very much. And we first wait. We don't want to overbombard the one who's going to respond, because I have a question here which has been written by someone who must be a lady from the handwriting. He is saying, if I got the gender well, that could it be true that what is documented and presented for analysis is different from what we see? The people at grassroots see differently from what UN and state of government see. Why? E.g., I can get medical care today, but not tomorrow. Children in primary, but don't join secondary school. Talking about the dropouts, the disparity in the medical services. So it's asking what is documented by UN. Is it the same as what they see on the ground? So Pascal have been reliably informed that Professor Oppas left where he was seated because he was seated in someone's office and the person possibly left for lunch. And so all the questions now go to UN could respond to help Pascal, that would be okay. But they don't explain too much. Now they have taken away the element from leadership sharing.
Thank you. The question on gender, I'm very sure whether we are equally. Yes. My number is that then the question on development based on the region of conflicts, I think, and that is pure of SDG and the not only for you, but also for the different communities. So Uganda is really implementing different programs and special programs for different regions. For instance, Uganda, program from Luta 1, they are not going to get from and they didn't where so this special program, especially trying this special region, based on the national statistics, especially those who cover. Recently, I think we are going government also launched the result transformation program targeting the result region. So government has been recognized as the special region. That one is maybe that is already up. Maybe that's something to see. Progress on SDG 2, the virtual program, student culture, part development, what of Tier 1. I think some of you must be aware about the 7 pillars of the virtual office. First pillar talks about processing, validation, and marketing. So what is this? Is that yes, the problem of Ugandan farmers actually not maybe because the government giving them money. Problem would be them accessing stable market. But then we are not accessing stable markets. when you don't add value to products. And because we don't have maybe technology add value to most of our agricultural products, that's why our agricultural products are still. Some northern Uganda next month, in November, you find lots of mangoes, all these lots of mangoes. When you on this side, there are no mangoes. And this is really mangoes. So it's a call to all of us and to our partners, especially it's been a call and we add value. Instead of supporting our mangoes, where all these Kenya in raw form, and we add value, and we do extras, so that we can add more, we can employ more Uganda. And this call is not only for government, it's even the call for the private sector, because that is the entire space for the private sector. I think those are the questions that I noted down.
Thank you very much. We are going to have possibly the last round of questions for this session, and there was a hand which was up before. Start with my colleague here on specs. Remember, I'm very gender sensitive. Walter.
Thank you.
You ask your question. I will pick the ladies.
Thank you very much. My question is on the contributions. If you are giving this to one, what has been the contribution of the development forecast civil sector organization in implementing
Walter? Walter is the gentleman behind there. Remember, I'm very gender sensitive. Where the ladies? Yes, I will pick you. I want another lady.
Thank you, Chair. My name is the government representative, listening to you and thank you. Reports, new things, and veterans. And for the dual development after the minority rights, minorities, and looking at should be able to account to social. Without the UN, the physical development.
The lady in pink.
Have a privilege to serve students in the youth government. Among the SDGs, we have provided quality education. See that at the university or higher institutions of learning, we might have quality education right. But then to some extent, we see that the students struggling with a lot of things, sometimes can even reduce the dropout. Now, the private development model, they were looking at just giving funds and providing funds. But you see that the money that they give it's too little that our parents end up just eating the money. But now how can the government and the UN come in with not only providing a quality education, but seeing how we can sustain education.
Thank you very much. You men, you are over-dominated. Well, you give the lady there behind. Agatha, you asked a question, let me give you opportunity to others. Be precise, please.
Have had a presentation at the representative of the government. We know also that the sustainability of every development lying in the hand of the government. Now you are approaching so many activities, the participation of Raimondo, yoga, and all that. But that this is that the approach of it's not really people that are supposed to benefit, but they don't know. And yes, this is like the project that are the local down. How will they come in evaluation? Can really benefit the people that are very poor, looking at the corruption phase that is in the implementation.
They make four. I'm giving a special consideration. I hear the boy child is suffering a lot in Uganda. So let me give him and then the US to no, here, yeah, you.
The situation of continuing changes happen. On this side, I see really is protect governments. Accountability. Then it's when start happening. And we, in my own, okay, what's the worst problem that we have with post-conflict situation is leadership crisis. These meetings comes closer to direct or the programs need to be
Thank you.
but it only has are very important. What's happening with connection?
Thank you very much. I would like the University Secretary to benefit from the boy child, and he has a question. Yes, US.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Looking at the 17 areas, implementing each of them requires enormous resources. I think on behalf of those who provide the government institutions, and many times when we budget, the resources are either not enough or even notify them to appropriate their budget cuts. My question is there any local efforts? Because the different countries, the different 193 countries are different levels of development. So my question is there any local efforts to assist either through IMF and World Bank the countries that are currently under budgeted countries? My actual case, genuine distribution of resources from the countries that have more than what they need, and to those that do not have enough.
Thank you very much. You explained the questions. And there are people who have written their questions down. They will be presented to Pascal later, and he will see how to respond to them. If you have any question that has not been asked, if you have a paper and pen, please write it down. Okay? It will help. Pascal, may you respond at this point?
Thank you. First of all, I need for tomorrow, the very friends and yeah. Maybe that. I'm tomorrow, she expected to have a little question that we want her to answer, which because she makes a statement, she will do that. So I will be working with the organizers, with the process, basically answer this question, maybe like what you are. But when we start with the last question, I know our principles, the tales of villages, and also we can answer that, but I can just note, I think the global financing that has been structured, which is supposed to be accessed by the global economy, and is not currently being accessed by the financing, which has remained on paper. I know there have been a number of commitments that have been made globally on climate financing, and the global companies continue to access that money. Also, I also have the advice, also ministry additional advice on that. Then on SDGs, government, I want to say that government is the process. Whereas we might have very successful programs and projects that are supposed to be we see COVID, we're also seeing the geopolitics of the world that are currently going on. Especially financing for growing countries. So it means we have to come up to the table and look at mechanisms of how we can raise our government budgets. And this has been the discussion with the Ministry of Finance, how as Uganda, how which mechanisms, which tools, what kind of innovation, and really to ensure that we break the answer without holding budget, both the Ugandan, but also to make sure we can. So I think that is something also we might also want to more especially going on money and movements. So this is the trend to and some of us about this meeting for monthly and she says that getting money or giving money to people is not enough. It is not enough, and that's why we after the 100 million for is one of the 7. So there is also mindset change, which looks at aspects of leadership and governance, and also the aspect of community information systems that can really be information and government collect enough and collect of data in conditions to support ourselves. But because what is happening, the data we have at government sometimes it's not enough. When you look at the National House of the 20% of Ghana are living for life. So if you're working in the medium secretary and you come to represent, you live in position by a household that converts the 20%, after the thinking of. So the government is thinking of how can we have systems that are in position to collect production revenue and that the data that we can make, we can use to make decisions. Many people to generate the right of surveying and censorship. So the government is making an effort to ensure that we go away from censorship and surveying. Then on the state code, yes, the state codes are part and parcel of the SDG coordination, implementation, and framework. We work with them, we work with the National Youth Program, have the SDG co-reference group, which is part and parcel of the work we do. We are submitting this report. We also have one report because we realize that we actually need one report as a country, not agency report, just for the report, government report. Since we are all serving the people, and then why don't we one report and present it to the UN? And this is what is currently happening. Next year we are soon to present another report, and we shall work with the CSOs to present that report. In terms of their contribution, comment on that. I don't know how to match in terms of statistically they are contributing to national government. Maybe that is also something we can take on to analyze, see how government partners supporting government is government context. The other one was I think our city as well about the government context, which related to be funding.
Thank you very much, Pastor. Yes, come again. Yeah. Oh, okay. Let's. Yes.
When you come to a university, that's where you expect the audience of questions. You should be in a university. And so far, not disappointed. While I think Prof. mentioned 300 years, what did happen? In fact, the number I have seen quite rapidly is 320 something years. So there are a number of programs that well, we need to answer the work on three levers for us to see the change we want to see, right? We need the policies and macro frameworks, we need the services, we need the behavior change. And there's a number of work happening on that front. On the policy front, I think Uganda is one of the top champions of gender policy. We have a policy against GDP. We have education policy. We have a number of policies. And also we have female politicians in this country. And we don't have in any other parts of the world. So we see progress. There are a number of services that are being made, moving towards progress in gender equality. For me personally, and I may be wrong, but I'm looking at Catherine in the advisor in gender in terms of the our office behavior. When we are not shifting as fast as we should shift, it isn't behavior, because a lot of these things are about behavior. How do we behave? Do we truly believe that women deserve equal treatment? Do we truly believe that women deserve equal access to resources? Do we truly believe that women are equal to men in terms of what they should enjoy from development? Do we really believe that? I think we're struggling. I'll say that for all of us. I think we're struggling. I am from Africa, I'm from Cameroon. Much out of the development effort as big boys. So if fundamentally this belief has not been changed, and it's a progressive realization of these things, not so. So if fundamentally we're not there yet, that's where I think fundamental is coming from. It's not coming from our technical knowledge and what we should do. It's not coming from that. It's coming from our norms.
our societal habits, our values, and that's where it's coming from. Somewhere, there's an expectation of which part of the chicken I will eat, and which part of the chicken my grandma will. There's an expectation. Well, if we deal with that, I put all the chicken I want to eat. I am not like any protein. Small, intake food. Money was used for my education. But many people in the family don't have it. One children get married tomorrow. Why are we putting so much money in her? Yeah. So I think that is in fact, it's not as far as I can, but I think that's the part we need to work on. If we truly believe that it's equity that we're talking about, if the equality we're talking about is important, and it's studies show that it is important for our overall development. Yeah, it's equity we're talking about is not good because it's for their people too, they show to enjoy. No, it is important for our overall development. Do you know that a woman is more likely to pass on the social status to the children than the man? Pass on the social status to the children. Yeah, you know. I mean, the man is great and enjoys socioeconomically and what I say, it makes those children more. And give the for our collective benefits. It's everything we're talking about it's on all our group. But we don't fundamentally believe in this. Or to be very hard to let go. Something that I genuinely improve. Anyway, so I think that's the answer. That's why we have this 300. We might have the 300. Because we still need to make sure that prison has designed for men by you. It's all from there. It doesn't fit into their needs. But we make sure that the prisons are designed for women as well as men and to make sure that hospitals and the research that we do also look at just men. I mean, there are a lot of things we need to do, but it's not the technical base that is in that number so far. In behavior, norm, duties. That is the part. So that's the 300. Two small points. There was a very, very question on model and we follow it. We're talking about sexual minority. Yeah, the international civil service system. You have the national civil service. We have the international version of the national service. Who are our global politicians? Politicians here. The civil service are implementing what that political agenda is. Our politicians are the leaders of the world. Yeah, we're the international civil service for global politicians. These global politicians get together and agree on things. And as the international civil service, our job is to support national governments implement the agreement that you have made collectively. On this issue of before that, as an organization, we're framing number one on non-discrimination. We're here talking about leaving no one behind. What we collectively agree is nobody should be left from the progress, development progress that we're making. And that means everybody, including the minority, all the minorities. And of course, I understand that in Uganda, very, 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 very strong feelings about homosexuality. I think that's where you're going. You really use the word.
That is it.
That is it. Where Uganda is. But what I understand very strongly from the
Uganda does not believe in discriminating against people. What Uganda has a problem with is the practice. Okay, so as an international people services, they want, it is not that way. People should look at other approaches, etc. But what is very clear is that Uganda is not against the person. Whoever they may be. In fact, in your constitution says you're not against the person. Whoever they may be. So that we agree that we are not against people. Everybody has the rights to have access to socio-economic progress. Yeah? Of course, we can have a longer, deeper conversation about that. I really take notes. But generally on that, I think we can agree. We are not against people. Uganda is not against people. All people have a right to access to development support. And as an international civil service, we might have a community of different times, might be, that kind of activity that part, we implement that information. Anyway, so we'll continue that discussion another time because there's more to be said about it. I'm not going to say that much about it, but I appreciate the question. And that's what for the frustration of when program. And what is happening? A lot is happening actually. I had the same question to my own father when I visited in December. I was talking about mentioning, when you look at those SDG numbers, my own father. They look at they have access to that. So that forced me, a UN development provision, take part there is change happening. We are just not seeing the change as fast as we want to. But also, now let me be provocative. Some of you have been provocative. Population. Population is good, actually, for a country to really move in numbers. Numbers matter. Let's not talk about that. Population of Uganda is probably every 15 years. They can keep up with that. Really and keep up with that pace of population growth. So that's something perhaps that is worth also looking at. We need to grow much faster to cater for the people that are entering the country every year. That's because so it's not based on government allowance. Disappear. Anyway, so far, so very good. Thank
you very much. The person who was talked last is the UN Resident Coordinator in Uganda. And she is Her Excellency Susan Namondo. Thank you very much for those explanations. May we give a better clap? May we also give a good clap to Pastor Bianca. I think we give enough a good clap to Professor Opas Odora. And may you give a good clap to yourself. And if I had someone to clap, would clap for the chair. Thank you very much. Let's now move to the next session. Thank you. Thank you for being attentive. What's
I saw some people are not clapping. I don't know what they are protesting. But please, let's clap. We are going to start from behind. Let's clap for the But we did so well, we shall end with your clap. Thank you very much. Here for the second, Dr. Collins Okoyo, I hope your watch will be functional because what I noticed is that the DVC did very well. But towards the end, I think the battery of his timer went down. And so the timing had problems. We hope to follow inside and deliver the next session within the shortest possible time, but still achieve the most we can. Thank you.
Thank you so much, moderator. Protocol already observed. Again, I'm Dr. Collins Okello in Faculty of Agriculture and Environment. I've also been heading the coordination team here at Gulu University. The MC has already advised me to accelerate, and to accelerate means move faster. So I'm going straight into the program. In this second session, we're going to have 4 presenters. The topic is what actions need to be undertaken by the different stakeholders to accelerate the achievement of the SDGs. The first question under this session is, how will the UN system and the government action achieve commitments? Sorry, how will the UN system support the government achieve its commitments on the accelerators? And this will be presented by Dr. Paladiner, who is the Chief of Strategic and Policy at the United Nations Development Program. I request Dr. to stand for recognition and move in front. Let's clap for him. The second question is, or the second topic is on leveraging the demographic dividend, contextualizing the role of the youth achieving the SDGs. This will be presented by Ms. Laura Lafonte, who is the UNFPA representative. You are welcome. Let's start for us. And then now we are bringing in the youth of Gulu University. The question is, how will students of Gulu University contribute to achieving the SDGs? Here we are going to have 2 presenters. United Nations Association representative, who is the President, Sarah Adomo. Madam Sarah Adomo, please come forward. She's the President of the association, the UN Association. And the next person is the Guild Speaker, which is Odina Jackson. Is the Guild Speaker here? Please, you're welcome. The student representatives have 5 minutes each, and the UN representatives have 10 minutes each. And without wasting time, I will start off with the first question.
So that we can take a seat there. So
me and myself. Okay, thank you. Please, you're welcome. Okay.
Good afternoon to everyone. Since we are running behind the schedule, let me say that all protocol observed. I recognize the city officials, the university officials, the UN partners, students, everything, all protocol observed.
That's right.
On behalf of the United Nations Development Program, I'm honored to make some remarks on the means of the SDG implementation. Basically, why this topic is relevant, and timely. Let me say that, as the previous presenter presented, globally, almost all the member countries also not doing very well in the SDG progress. Even Rwanda also not doing very well. So therefore, the question is that what kind of means basically kind of financing, partnership, technology, how actually member countries, including Uganda, could leverage some of the innovative financing or technology, other means available to accelerate the sustainable development goals. So that's the topics I'm going to say. Again, why is it important? Because the many countries, like country like even Uganda, had a number of very relevant, comprehensive, I would say even integrated strategy and policies there. Similarly, country also, some country like have also institutional arrangement has been there. But despite all those things, there is a big implementation challenges, including Uganda. The implementation challenges arise number of areas, but in this short 8 to 10 minutes, let me highlight only the 4 issues. The first issue is the development financing. Inadequate development financing is the issue. The second one is the trade, international trade, because the trade is important. No country in the world has progressed without actually trading to other countries, because that trade, international trade is not only created investment, technology transfers, other kind of things. So that's why the second topic I'm going to focus is the international trade. The third topic I'm going to present is actually is on the how country could leverage, harness the emerging new technology, innovations, digital transformation to accelerate the SDG goals. The fourth topic, which I'm going to focusing on the partnership, strategic innovative partnership. I know that we are running behind the schedule. I may not be able to go into detail, but let me go quickly that each of those issues, each issue probably I'll take 2 minutes. The first issue on the finance, to accelerate the SDG progress, the world needs enormous financing need, as highlighted by the university secretary. The estimate shows that globally we need $5 to $7 trillion for globally. No country has that kind of financing. And in Uganda, again, the development financing gap is widening in the recent years due to the COVID, all kind of other issues. The estimate shows that the financing gap for this country is that Uganda needs $8.8 billion annually every year to implement SDG effectively. So that's the kind of situation. So the government recognized the importance of the challenges. So therefore, they also try to actually, bring out a new strategy. Recently, early this year, the government, with support from the UN, World Bank, prepared public investment financing strategy, a new strategy. And the new strategy talked about how actually in the last 20 years, Uganda tend to focusing only the traditional financing sources, which is the taxation, concession financing, and the type of financing like foreign direct investment, and the borrowing type of things. Those traditional financing sources is not adequate, that everyone recognizes that. Similarly, some of the traditional financing sources are also not addressing the emerging challenges like the climate change issue. Similarly, some of the traditional financing also not addressing or leveraging how country like Uganda could leverage the Africa Free Continental Trade Agreement. So therefore, in the recent years, we are working with the government, try to identify a set of alternative, innovative financing options. How country could actually mobilize the billions of dollars required by looking into some of the innovative options. Let me just highlight that actually some of those, the innovative options number of countries are doing across the world. The first one is that the country try to bring out and they to raise more resources, also address the climate change issue, environmental degradation issue. They are trying to introduce
promote carbon trade market. Because some countries, some company polluting in the developed country, they could actually buy that carbon from country like Rwanda, Africa. So that's the one. Second one, debt swap. Like here, the debt swap means traditional debt swap restructuring is basically you ask the donor to cancel your debt. No country is doing that. Instead, the country is not asking that. We can actually please cancel our debt. We will put that money into the addressing climate change, put that money for environmental, promotion, put that money for building hospital. So country like Rwanda successfully got some kind of debt swap from, I think, Spain to build a hospital. So the third actually financing option is that green bond, other innovative financing option. So I can go on and talk about all kind of innovative financing. Similarly, there is opportunity. Africa used to have actually more small country, small market. Like Uganda used to be like only 44 million people with a small, economic size. With Africa free trade agreement, now Uganda, any country in Africa, as large as China, as large as India, to attract foreign direct investment. So that the issue is that the country like Uganda could actually promote as the Africa Free Trade Agreement as the facility to attract foreign direct investment, saying that you come and set up your factory here in Uganda, you could freely export to all the 54 African countries without any customs to. Let me go on to the next options. The next option is that we wanted to actually highlight the international trade, particularly. As I said earlier, ladies and gentlemen, no country actually in the world history progressed without trading, without industrialization. The country's development progress is about that moving from subsistence agriculture to industrialization, from the service economy. And therefore, the industrialization trade is an important one. So that's the important means. As I said, now 2 years back, African countries agreed to the largest free trade agreement, Africa Common Free Trade Agreement. So the countries now started to identify what are the strategies need to be done. Many countries prepared how they could implement that Africa Common Trade Agreement effectively. Rwanda currently is preparing strategy, UNDP supporting it. So that the second one, again, due to the time limitation, I'm not going to how even country could do that. UNDP side supporting government in a number of ways, preparing national implementation strategy for Africa Free Trade Agreement in this country. So in order to do that, UNDP support national industrialization strategy 2 years back. We have actually supported the government to prepare launch the national digital roadmap strategy, how the country could actually leverage digital technology to promote export and other things. So we have been all kind of other things. And the third issue, which quickly I can go into that, it's a more on leveraging new technology, innovations, digital transformation. That's an important issue, particularly when the COVID struck. Businesses, countries, everyone struggle to take care of the digital businesses. So therefore, UN supported all kind of the digital transformation support to the government of Uganda to take care of running the government, supported businesses, like we supported the Jumia, like which you have the e-commerce here, the UN supported. The question was asked by a moderator about how the UN support. Not only UN, almost all the UN agencies and their own mandate in India support the government, leveraging new technology, addressing climate change, promoting food security, promoting the education and all kind of other issues. Again, due to the time concern, I will not get into that. The last one, how to actually the government or UN to leverage the very strategic, innovative partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, member countries used to have partnership means more like traditional partnership. Traditional partnership meaning more like the traditional donor country. OECD country, the countries like Europe, or North America, or Japan. So they used to provide support to that. That the landscape changed in the last 10 years. Believe me, the partnership landscape changed dramatically in the last 10 years. So now there are a lot of new emerging developing countries comes as a kind of, not in terms of finance, but number of other ways. So therefore, one thing now, even though we want to recognize the importance of leveraging, harnessing the South-South triangular cooperation. Similarly, the second one, again, partnership means it's a more like a government level. Now the government also recognizes the importance of partnership with the private sector, because the private sector has the resources, technology, capabilities. So therefore also they try to how to actually work more like a public-private partnership to implement the SDG. The government recognizes the importance of some of these things. That is why, ladies and gentlemen, perhaps not everyone probably know that in 3 months' time, the government of Uganda are going to actually host 2 global summits. More than 100 country presidents, prime minister, all going to come to Kampala. The 2 summits going to take place in January 2024. Is that the first one is that what we call it G77 plus China, which has 132 developing countries as the member country. Out of 132, the government, UNDP, which support the Minister of Foreign Affairs to host those summits, at least expect that more 100 member countries, head of the government, head of the leaders going to come to Kampala to talk about how the developing countries themselves could share their knowledge, could share the ideas, could share some of the resources to implement the SDG more effectively. The other summit is the same. The government also hosted non-aligned movement summit. So that why I'm saying all this example that government recognizes importance of South-South triangular cooperation, and UN system ably supporting the government to leverage some of those strategic innovative partnerships. Ladies and gentlemen, again, I can go on top. I mean, another 15-20 minutes due to the time constraint. I just want to conclude that UN been supporting the government, private sector, civil society, universities in implementing SDG. UNDP remain committed along with our other partners. Each of the UN get everyone supporting their mandated area. Thank you.
Round of applause to Dr. Palaniba. Thank you so much, Doctor. I would like to invite Madame Laura Lafuente. Please come and make your presentation.
Thank you so much. Yeah, because of the time, let me observe all the protocols that I would like to take the opportunity to appreciate the rights of the especially the students, to give us the opportunity to hear from you. I joined the resident coordinator on the expectation have been made in terms of the questions that we got. We are getting the feedback validated. We are on track. President coordinator with the vacancies of the UN colleagues, university staff, or protocols observed. My name is Laura, representing Dr. Mary Otieno, is the UN Population Fund Capital Representative. UNFPA is the agency focused on population dynamics, and because of the interlinkages that they interlead on sexual reproductive rights and youth. And let me start acknowledging, I think we heard from Pascal in the session before, the government efforts and the progress that is being done on what is the question that has been asked to UNFPA, that is about demographic dividend and the role of the youth to harness that demographic dividend. The government, and especially the National Planning Authority, has been leading and providing thought leadership the last more than 10 years to study and collect the evidence about what is the demographic dividend and how can become an opportunity to achieve SDGs, beyond SDGs, the 2040 vision for Uganda. In this regard, there are specific plan of action that I will be talking about with the 5 priority action. What does it mean? That the government knows what needs to be done to harness the potential of the demographic dividend. It's for us to coordinate our efforts to implement those policies so we can see a change as the youth were asking us today. In this regard, let me also validate some of the frustrations that we heard in the session before from the youth. I need to say that some of the statistics are telling us that you are right. Some of the statistics are telling us that we are not making the progress that we should be doing to harness the full potential of the youth. We can talk about the percentage of the population that the youth represent, and they represent 70% of the total population. And below 15 years old, we have more than 45% of the population. If we are not investing on skilling and education of all those children, we are losing the opportunity, we are losing the momentum of the population structure. We also hear from one of the students regarding the ones that are out of school. As UN and UNFPA working with the National Planning Authority, we launched 2 weeks ago the report on the non-education, employment and training. And the statistics are telling us that 41% of the youth are not in education, employment and training. And this is a dramatic loss for the potential of the youth moving forward. As per the last one that I would like to highlight, because we can't be the whole day reading statistics, but the last one that I would like to highlight is from the Uganda Health and Demographics Survey 2022 that was also launched around 1 month ago, and the teenage pregnancy rate that has been stagnated for the last 20 years. And we all know what does it mean to become pregnant before the 18 years old. We know what's most probable, we will drop those that will drop from school. They will not have the opportunity to step out from the poverty cycle. And we know that the right and the full potential will not be fulfilled. The rate has been stagnated at 24% during the last 20 years. That means that we as stakeholders, we can reflect and challenge ourselves to do something. So coming back to the question to the panel, to begin some of the statistics around the youth. What is the demographic dividend and how the UN has been working with the government of Uganda to harness the demographic dividend? As I mentioned, there is a specific plan of action for the demographic dividend, and the government of Uganda has embedded its priorities with for NDP2, now for NDP3, and looking ahead into NDP4 to achieve Vision 2040. And the demographic dividend is a strategy to turn and transform what are those challenging statistics within an opportunity for economic growth, an opportunity for development, and an opportunity for an improved well-being. And how we are going to achieve that transformation is using the change of changing the population structure. There are 2 specific changes that are expected to harness the demographic dividend. And the first one is reducing the fertility rate that the resident coordinator was already talking about. And the second one is using the large working age population to skill them to ensure that they can create jobs and they can provide and lead the development of the country. With the demographic dividend, the evidence is telling us that if we invest on those 2 specific changes, Uganda will be able to achieve 2040 vision and become a middle-income country. What are the 5 priorities from the government of Uganda and the UN system to go in them to achieve the demographic dividend and harnessing its potential? The first one is decline on the fertility rates. This is the first objective of the priorities. Right now, as per 2022 UDHS, Uganda is stagnated at 5.2 as a fertility rate. and it was 5.4 in 2016. So we can do quick maths and calculations. If in 6 years we have reduced 0.2, and we have 17 years to go up to 2040, looking at the 2040 vision of the government, that will mean a 0.6 reduction expected. That means that at the current pace, by 2040, Uganda will have a 4.6 fertility rate. However, to achieve the demographic dividend, to achieve the 2040 vision, the standard, as per the calculations from a financial perspective, should be 2.5 fertility rate. This is the target of the demographic dividend strategy. So a lot needs to be done, and as per our collaboration with the government, the key priority to transform that reality is to enhance family planning programs and ensure demand creation and the enabling environment for girls and young women to make their own choices. And we heard Paul and Claire, our resident coordinator, talking about how behavior matters and how we all have a role to play in transforming those realities for girls and young women. The second priority is on quality education and skilling. We have also a dramatic situation with dropouts and especially transition from primary to secondary education. We can see the dropouts starting to decline early at primary 5. And what does it mean is that 10% of the population, again, as per the needs report from National Planning Authority, is that only 10% of the population is skilled to respond to the labor market in Uganda, as per that report. What needs to be done? What are the priorities on the government planning documents? Is to implement the parish-based school retention strategy and ensuring the operationalization of the compulsory education that the president has been supporting. But we are not seeing that compulsory education, at least for 11 years, being implemented. The way forward is to have the parishes ensuring its implementation, monitoring and accountability, and they count for each one of the girls and children that are out of school at an early age. The second key intervention that is embedded within the national planning document is regarding technical education. That as per the same report is still residual. We have, as we saw, 41% of the youth not in education, employment and training. But if we want to have demographic dividend, we need to ensure that we give an opportunity and a chance for them to contribute to the development of the country. The number 3 priority is on health and well-being. What does it mean a high fertility rate is a burden to the government? The investment of the budget in terms of providing social services to that population is not sustainable within the development targets. We are seeing this situation with different statistics, health workers by population, the stockouts of medicines, and the population behavior setting. In this regard, the call from the demographic dividend strategy is to operationalize the health insurance strategy and being able to cover family planning and other services in a more sustainable way. The number 4 and of the priorities to address demographic dividend is about job creation. There is a global standard regarding for each 1% of the GDP, the government should create with the private sector leadership 10,000 new jobs. But in Uganda, for each 1% of the growth, there is only 400 jobs created. In this regard, a transformational report with a fiscality perspective is lucrative to ensure that there is incentive for job creation opportunities. And finally, the last priority is regarding good governance and the effectiveness of the existing budgets. We are aware as well of the budget limitations, especially for local government to implement the policy frameworks that will support harness demographic dividend. But there is the specific role that youth can play, and we have seen today a demonstration. That is the youth leadership to hold different stakeholders accountable, to drive the agenda of development, and to ensure that we can hold each other accountable about how do we use the resources in an effective way, and also targeting the ones that are most vulnerable to ensure that we don't leave anyone behind. Finally, to end the presentation, let me join my colleague to confirm the commitment from the UN. As UNFPA, we are leading the Adolescent and Youth Joint Program that was launched by the President on 18th of August. And we are still committed as UN family to support the government of Uganda to harness demographic development in a collaborative way and accelerate our efforts. In this case, working very close with Ministry of Gender, Ministry of Education, and Ministry of Health. Thank you very much for this.
So much. Another round of applause. I'm going to invite the next presenter, Madame Sarah Dono, the president of the UN Association at Gulu University. You want to come first? Okay, the guild speaker would like to come first. That is Mr. Obida Jackson. Please, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. I would love to maintain the registration protocol. Like I said, my name is Obida Jackson, a fourth-year law student, and equally serve as the guild speaker. Imagine a world where it's everyone's responsibility to try for a sustainable future and ensure that we improve the standards of living. In such a world, we think that it's easier to ascertain sustainable development goals because then it's not one man's fight, but rather a collective problem. Understand, what that means is everyone is entitled and has the moral obligation to contribute in achieving sustainable development goals by 2030. The Sustainable Development Goals that today we speak of lays down 17 national objectives and points that are set as a solution to the global challenges that we face to ensure that as a nation we ascertain a prosperous, equitable, and a sustainable future. What that means is, as we enjoy your life today, we do not compromise the rights of the people in the coming future. Understand, we cannot have this discussion without reflecting on what happened on the 18th and 19th of September 2023. In the New York Summit, the government of Uganda made commitments to adopt policies and strategies to ensure that we accelerate and speed up the process of achieving sustainable development goals through using the various institutions, through using the NGOs, through the citizen itself, and that's where Gulu University comes in. Gulu University, as one of the outstanding educational institutions with over 9,000 students, therefore is attached to the role adopting policy and coming up with strategies that do not contradict with the commitments made by the government of Uganda on the 18th and 19th of September in New York. A quick one on how students of Gulu University can contribute in achieving sustainable development goals. Number one, understanding and change of mindset. Even before we start talking about community engagement and advocacy, we think it's important for students of Gulu University to interest themselves to understand what sustainable development goals are, the objectives and its core value. That therefore leads us to something called the change of mind, that we have a political and moral way that will have a positive influence and positive mindset to ensure that we change and achieve sustainable development goals. It's the same thing just like the UN coordinator said. We have this information, it's written all over the world, but our behavior does not guarantee for us to achieve these sustainable development goals. Let's take a quick look at the chart there. Point 6, provide for clean water and sanitation, right? As students of Gulu University, we know this. But much as we know, we are still the same individuals that go around dumping waste. So what we are trying to say is, having the information is another thing, but your mindset, which influence on the behaviors, is another thing. And we need to make efforts to change all of this for us to attain sustainable development goals. The next point is research and innovations. It's important that students, we interest ourselves in research and innovations, which falls under point number 3, to ensure that we have quality education through research and innovations. We think that it is easier for us to ascertain quality education, which also falls in line with the sustainable development goal. Community engagement. Understand that it is more or less not important if we claim that as students of Gulu University, we understand the core principles of sustainable development goals, but we do not engage the community to adopt these policies and do activities that are in line with sustainable development goals. Now, let's take a quick look and understand the motto of Gulu University: community transformation. As we go to transform these communities, let's engage them through dialogues, through symposiums, through workshops, to ensure that they adopt policies that will encourage the achievements of sustainable development goals, especially when we involve them in engaging activities and issues concerning poverty, education, healthcare, and environmental challenges. The next thing is advocacy and awareness. It is important that as students of Gulu University, that we incorporate avenues that will help us advocate and create awareness about sustainable development goals. This is through the various platforms. For example, at Gulu University, we have Human Rights Debate Society that normally engages the students in topics like sustainable development goals. We can organize symposiums, public lectures, or public lecture. And I think that if we go on with such an event, together we can achieve sustainable development goals. Workshops and consultation. Policy engagement, entrepreneurship. I will not explain that, it is self-explanatory. The next point is green initiative. Now, when we look at point 13, that talks about climate action, this is the point that I think the students have a bigger role to play for us to achieve in promoting climate actions. Understand that as students of Gulu University, what we do determines what happens in the nearby future. So for us to ascertain or for us to adopt a sustainable development goal, point 13, that is climate action, we think that the activities that we do should encourage and promote such activities. An example would be planting trees, and I've seen the 22nd Gulu government incorporate these policies. We're planting trees within the university, and this falls under point 13. Another thing also would be recycling of industrial waste that we have been doing. So I think that together we can. The take back point is, for us to achieve sustainable development goal, we must know that as students of Gulu University, we have a role to play, not only within Gulu University, not only engaging the community, but it's a national issue, and go home knowing that it starts from you, it starts from where you stay, comes to the university, goes out to the community. Thank you very much. Another important thing about Gulu University, with the help of the administrators, the office of the BC and the university secretary, for us to speed up the process of achieving sustainable development goals, we have formed what is called now United Nations Associations of Uganda Gulu chapter. And I think I will welcome my sister to specifically talk about what UNAM has done and what they intend to do. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. With the protocol already observed, let's continue imagining the world Obi has already stated. He had stated a world whereby everyone contributes to the sustainable development goals. So, with the mere fact that we have now here under the guild, under the Gulu chapter, we are going to contribute to the sustainable development goals by bringing on board base, interfaculty base within the university. We have 7 faculties We include education, agriculture, and the rest. So I would like us to reanalyze that one of the most stated by the government is to bring integrated management of sustainable development goals. So what I'm really trying to imply, if we bring out this debate in the faculty, members within the various faculties will come up with various policies in regards to what the courses they are offering. So this will bring about the integrated ways of handling the sustainable development goals. Another thing we would like to do as an activity within the university, training members of the community, since they say we have to involve community in community engagement policy. So we are going to train members how to make difference. How are we going to do this? Through the support of the university, and we already have an existing engineering agriculture. With that partnership and with the already existing training being carried out, we believe if we train the community how to make briquettes, it will help to solve the problems in regards to SDGs, which we talk about renewable SDGs, that climate change, and will make our world a better place. As you know, we are directly affiliated to the World Federation of United Nations. What do? We solve the problems in the world through the sustainable development goals directly. So we have various activities already done that have been carried out in the community since our motto says for community transformation. We have carried out girl child projects in the various years. In 2022, we carried girl child project, which clearly directed that on the need to solve the problem with girl child in the school. The school we carry out this project is Mother Teresa Primary School. In that school, we have students who are mainly disadvantaged and deaf. So these students mainly come from the IPDN camps. These camps don't provide all the necessities these students require. So we as an association, we took out the initiative to take out the various necessities these students need, like the pads for the girls. We train them how to maintain their health in regards to how their life would be much more comfortable to bring about the equality that they need. Another activity we carried out is training members in the community how to make it. So how did this help? This impacted in their life through giving them the skills that they needed. The skills that they this directly solve our no poverty, and this made their life much more easier in regards to the impact assessment we made after carrying out the activities. We realized that they were able to continue with their businesses, and these businesses had enabled them to sustain their life. So with this, I believe that we are contributing to the achievements of the SDGs. Another activities we carried out, as you know, is the elderly project under the university. It was around the university community. Within the university, we have the elders, of which they are mainly neglected due to their inability to work, since we know that age defines what one can do at certain moments. So we carried out this project, and we distributed various activities like foodstuffs, because we well know that these elders are not able to provide for themselves foodstuff. And in our need assessment, we found out that these elders in the community are always neglected, and they always have at least one meal in a day. That's why we carried out this project. With this, we believe that we are contributing to the achievements of the sustainable development goals. Now the last question will come in. How are we accepted? We have not seen any clear direction of how we have been assessed of the various activities we have done. These are some of the highlights we have of the activities we did, which we couldn't mention all because of time. So how are we assessed? How is the government considering these lower state organizations who are contributing directly to the achievement of the SDGs? I would like to know that in 2 to 3. Thank you.
Thank you so much, all the presenters. Another round of applause for all of them. We are going into a session of questions or comments. And I would like to borrow from the previous chair, gender balance, but I'm not going to borrow the number of questions. I'm going to reduce it drastically, maybe to about 5. These are 5 presenters, 4. So I think you have to be very strategic when asking questions. I'll start with the person at the back, the person behind. I'm going to distribute statistically also location in the room, starting with the person behind. Then the guild president, and then I will take 2 other ladies. Then I'm going to request that we write our questions down. We are going to receive them, and we will provide a platform for answering them. Okay, that is the first round. Let us write the questions down and we receive them. Right? Please.
Thank you so much. My name is Ron. I'm from the Institute of Peace and Charity Service. I'd like to make a comment because I think we are talking about sustainable farming. Very key in the nature of education we have in our country is one of the takers from another step, one that can allow us to change our community. Because after spending 15 years, or even more, we must go through primary and university education. They are unable to change the sort of economic challenges that they have within the community. This is an indication that we have to do something about our education. There has to be an initiative by the government and the ministry responding to reflect the curriculum that we have in the country. But that is not yet very much. And I think if you want to get to a situation where our health sector is working, where our food system is working, and our gender equality is properly, we need education. But without understanding deeply these matters, we can never get to the bottom line. That's my comment. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, that looks like a lady's arm. Midway there. Yes, that one. Yes, exactly. Okay, then the one next in front also can ask. Yeah.
My name is Akunustoyoki. I work at the Institute of Peace. I think it's not a question. I am the activist which goes to the community that for us to achieve is the goals. I want to look at the academic institutions or research institutions and probably guide them through research plans and then the concessional grants or loans to support the students and probably the community, especially university, which I want to state for the Thank you.
Yes, give it to the person in front of you. Yes, all right.
Thank you so much. My name is Chidna Esa from the Faculty of Education and Humanities, as well a DRC for the faculty. My question is, how can the UN help us to grow curriculum? They talk about helping the country create more 10,000 videos, but speaking as the people who are raised here right now, how do we actually get in contact with you in case you have a project you want to run in our local communities? Because I believe coming here with a blessing, and you want to have that blessing for you.
Thank you. Let us have the guild president seated somewhere here.
Thank you so much for the is called Francis. It was in Gulu University and
service to this public I want the corporation to now we're talking about science and dividends. One of the problems was declining activity rates. And when you look at the demographic transitional model, the front page, the bottom rate is high, and the rate is high. Organization. Yeah. We grow up population infant mortality is reduced, then by this also reduced. Meanwhile, but looking at the data in the particular level that is talked about, how would that be looking at the city and the city which may not support the reduction in debt?
Thank you. We have one question, one person to ask. The UN team has another engagement, and the time is now against them. So we are going to accelerate, as I said earlier. And I will request each of you who is raising your hand to please write. We are going to provide a platform. Please write, let us receive it. We will have a platform where you will answer. For that reason, I'm going to pick Lalolo, Stella, please ask, and then we conclude with those. But please let us receive your questions in writing so that we catch up with the next program. Thank you. I think we will answer in this order, going that way. Any other question, really?
One time is somewhat one. I only entire time presentation, only 40% or 95% of the servants we give the only percentage points. That's the average primary education competition. Okay, for that 20%, that's the point growth. Even 20. That's the what we are get out with what they pay and promote school behavior market apprentice program
the kind of other type of agriculture program, you cannot address the huge mismatch problem which is one that is here. Alex can create certainty that it's going to do for different type of thing. So that's why you have almost 58% of the youth in the country. And very pushing out we don't have to talk about that. We don't have any money for the send out. And then we find the individually coming in the sense of that to be your self-government against the US. We have to do these jobs. We do have what they with data analysis, you will see a lot of things that we are giving opportunity, even community, data structure.
Right.
Thank you very much for the questions. I think I will try to respond to the other questions. Regarding the question on the 10,000 first, let me clarify. That is a standard that will teach 1% of economic growth. One government can generate 10,000. That is the government is each year. But if you cut down, but each 1% of GDP, there are only 400 generated. Now we have a question about our UN supporting that.
Okay, we can take those. They can make kind of remarks.
The government, the parties, the government on it is the specific strategy after the NPT agreement to accelerate efforts for creation of job opportunities and business portfolio. And then working progress how the district local government at the parish level will start to implement the resources that will be allocated for that purpose. As you are familiar, we support the private district local government, national government, and to school with record. We don't generate. That is not our role. Regarding the question of the reduction of the fertility rate, if I voted for it, but we will have a separate decision. I think one of the key achievements that I would like to highlight in that talk
I think is very important.
the government being left out. Outstanding taxation.
I think we're going to get the question. The young people resolve it. When we ask for their answers, we will share. Let us, yes, let us again. Let us again. We will share back.
The key priorities of the question in terms of the capacity strengthening, what that they mean, how can we improve those rates further? But focus on implementing the community health strategy, the government will mind from the reach the quality health services, especially for the leave no one behind. The key priority will be the implementation of the community health strategy, and that includes a strong component on the quality of the health care and the behavior taking the strategy for the population in end of climate change. The last question regarding gender-based violence, I think you also responded the question when asking and sharing the comment. One of the key strategies that UN family to mitigate the risk associated with supporting family planning is on main engagement. And then engagement after the meeting engagement strategies is a comprehensive approach. It starts from the early ages with boys so that the joint education framework in school, out of school life skills about new masculinity, understanding from early ages about the power dynamic between boys and girls. Different UN agencies in development work together to ensure that those messages are mainstream. How do we do that? Through male champions. We identify male champions at the community level that they lead those discussions directly with their peers. They don't hear directly from us. They hear from the champion fathers about what is new masculinity and how the empowerment of the women and the reduction of the fertility rate has a positive impact on the well family itself. So the fact that they are the ones promoting the approach, that they are promoting and doing sensitization. And the last priority within that main engagement strategy broadly is working with different stakeholders on education, especially religious leaders and other community leaders regarding power dynamics, gender stereotypes, and the prevention of gender violence.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, I'll request the two students, I'm not depriving you, but I'll give you more opportunities. Just answer one question choice each. Yes, just pick one of your choice and answer it. But all these questions, we are going to pick them, give it to our communication officer, who is going to compile them directly with the UN team, get the feedback, and the same way we invited you is the same way you get the feedback. I think for the sake of time, let us have that, please. So you pick one question of your choice and answer it, please.
Okay, the next question is how can students be actively involved with activity? Don't know that we already have United Nations section in Uganda that deals directly with the sustainable development. So one of the ways you be involved is by doing the administration. Today, I think that we come and be part of that. That you make it all a little bit.
You're going to be answers to it. Thank you.
And we have this celebration. 3.1. There are publications ongoing in the administration of such events and so what we can do at the second we have is to incorporate a lot of the
so we call the questions, from no, we finish communications officer will handle it.
You don't want to score the work plan, presenting to our government, and then you see how to incorporate our work plan and the presentation. I hope this we want to be a good listener. Make sure that we part of that your assembly come and tell us what is affecting our quality education, and we shall give you answer. That I don't think we are talking about the launch. Then what we want to do. Expect that we go more part of culture. Please ensure that you buy a cup of coffee for the people other than other chili. Also, for what our
Thank you. We are taking care of all the questions. Part of the engagement will continue through these questions. And we are going to receive all of them. Our communications officer will help us. And then we will link up with you and the UN team, we'll get replies to all of them and we'll communicate back. I take this opportunity to thank all of you for being very awake. When I was coming here, somebody asked me, is there not going to be a break? I think let us clap for ourselves. These people who have given us difficult times. Thank you so much. I raise my case.
And then after that, we will say, ladies and gentlemen, well done. Clap for you. Contributing, being alert and attentive up to now. We don't take that for granted. We have come to the beginning of the end. The closing session is kicking off now. With pleasure, let me invite the Guild President, Gulu University, to come and give a very brief comment on the key actions that the students of Gulu University will undertake to contribute towards the achievement of the SDGs. Your Excellency, I request that about news. Thank you.
All protocols out. I am so excited to be one of the defenders in the action. Glad to be part of the history in the making. And I'd like to start by an opening statement. The call to action is a call to partnership for achievements. There's a phrase in the two regards they say, when you send a poor person in the granary, did you know at the end of it, the things that will come out of your granary, you might not have any limits to what will come from there. Therefore, your goal doesn't come up with action points, and I believe this action point will foster a partnership that is lasting. Coming along with the facilitation to make sure that we achieve these partnerships. Again, my name is Francis, the President of Gulu University and a student of Development Studies. I'm in my third year. As a student of Gulu University, a lot of people mention about the achievements or the contributions to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. But putting in mind, as we're starting to talk about Sustainable Development Goals, let's focus on the three core values of development. One is the issue of life sustenance. Two is the issue of freedom from servitude. And then the issues of self-esteem. When we have that at the back of our mind, we'll focus on ensure that the 17 SDGs are achieved. We are in school today fulfilling goal number 4, but in that, our focus of being in school is to have economic choices, to be free to command the markets, to be free to live in a world where there is peace, to be free to live in a world where our rights are not infringed. But in doing such, we understand that the government of Uganda have come up with 6 commitments that they're up to. But however, the report that came out this year is a little worrying that for the first time in decades, development has been reversed due to a lot of challenges. Therefore, this calls us to stand up to action and revise the report that came out. There are a few things that we've listed here as part of our actions for the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. One, as a government of the students, would focus on improving the evidence and statistics through academic research at various levels of study. Why are we saying our students will be engaged in this? We are given freedom to choose on our academic research topics, especially at the stage of writing synopsis. Students are free to choose, but we will liaise with the lecturers to make sure that the students are guided to ensure their research topics are linked toward these 2 partnerships and collaboration.
A report that came out recently, 2 universities in Africa were ranked top in the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. And that university is called Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. We as a student of Gulu University, we will only achieve when we have learned from the best. And learning from the best means taking visits to such institutions, and we will not like this memorable day to go in vain. Therefore, our action point there is we need to be given opportunities to visit such universities and learn from the areas of their research, so that we come out and be among the universities in Africa that are championing the cause for Sustainable Development Goals. A lot has been mentioned about awareness creation and advocacy. We focus on that. The recent thing that we will do in the coming month is the issue of the 16 days of activism against gender or violence against women and girls. As a Ministry of Gender and Women Affairs, we are focused on creating awareness sessions within the student bodies and the communities in relation to achieving this aim of the 16 days of activism. Therefore, that would be achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. And in that, we are having an inclusive approach to planning. As the Gulu government, we are starting our planning session for the next government coming. We will put in the plan the issue of strategic planning and partnership into this plan that we have for the next government to come, to ensure that the issue of Sustainable Development Goal is part of their activities to be done. As students, we'll make these issues of Sustainable Development Goal part and parcel of our community outreach programs. Why? We will have intellectual engagements whereby we will people of high profile to ensure that these things are deep down into the lives of the students. 2, there is what is called the indigenous knowledge systems in the communities there. There are things that the community members are already. How can we as the students, based on the knowledge that we have acquired in school, go and make sure that they are enhanced and they are aligned toward the SDGs? Because when you go to the community with the phrase SDG, it will be like something new to them. But I'm glad that they talked about interpretation of the SDGs in the local language. We can best deliver such in the communities where we come from. Another focus is on green skills. We've talked about that, and I'm glad that Gulu University has got the opportunity to partner with HAMSI to train 200 youth on skills, hands-on skills, employability skills. But that is not enough. A population of over 9,000, only 200 has benefited this time round. How can we focus on bringing green skills to the youth? Skills that will focus on renewable energy, energy efficiency, waste management, waste conservation, sustainable agriculture, and environmental protection. I am glad to announce that the cleanliness or the beauty that you've seen in Gulu City has been out of the immense work of Gulu University. Let's give an applause to that. Last but not least, issues of innovation. We are coming up with what is called the Science Week, the first of its kind. As a Gulu government, we want the students to be part of this. They will come to exhibit their creations, their innovations, in order for them to have skills, the things that they've learned from their colleagues, the things that they've learned from the lecturers, how can they improve it? I am glad that Gulu University have had numbers of innovations. Recently, we have had a committee from Parliament on science and technology. They came to visit the university. We have doctors, professors, that we can learn from them. The innovation should not only be at postdoctoral level or at postgraduate level, but even us at this point. What innovation are we bringing? Are we focusing on theories only, or we are coming up with practical abilities? Conclusively, education for SDG needs a holistic approach, not a silo approach of education. Because silo, I will focus on my development studies, you will focus on his medicine, she will focus on her nursing. But this requires a holistic approach whereby this can only be achieved through partnerships. Thank you so much for going to my country for community life for transformation. and the redemption you can trust.
Redemption you can trust. Hey, give a proper round of applause. Right. The Gulu University Secretary, Mr. David Otori, to come and give the administrative commitments from the university towards the achievement of the SDGs. So after your speech, I humbly request that you invite the VC, who will in his turn invite the resident coordinator for the UN to give the closing remarks. After her remarks, I have very important pieces of announcements and first. Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. The United Nations Resident Coordinator and your entire team from the UN, the Vice Chancellor, and my colleagues from top management, all the senior academic staff, the administrative staff of Gulu University, ladies and gentlemen, my role is a very simple one: to append the university seal and make a commitment that we stand with the UN to implement the SDGs that we have discussed today. The presence of the Vice Chancellor, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, the Academic Registrar, and all the top management members here would already be enough seal that we are committed and determined to implement what we have discussed here. It's very rare that all the top management members sit right from the beginning up to the end of a function like this. So this is a show of commitment that we are determined to make sure that the aspiration, I take this as the highest aspiration of humankind, are achieved. Secondly, our which is for community transformation agrees with the theme of this dialogue. We are one of the most engaged universities because we engage with the community. We do not operate in isolation. So many of our programs actually touches the communities in different ways. Through partnership, we have also been implementing a number of the SDGs that have been outlined here today. We are partnering with a company called 1MTN to reduce carbon emission. The university has a number of land in the neighboring districts, and we are in discussion with this company to make sure that we contribute towards carbon reduction. Through NDP3, which guides our planning and budgeting, all our budgets are subjected to gender compliance by Equal Opportunities Commission, environmental compliance. So these certificates are normally issued to the university every financial year when we budget. So what we have been talking about here in terms of, because it was mentioned that NDP3 was aligned to the SDGs. So we actually comply in all aspects of our budgets and planning every year. The university has a strategic plan, and we are entering into the final year of its implementation. And in the next session, when we plan in the next 5 years, we are going to make sure that the aspects that we can pick out of these 17 issues are implemented and are very prominent in our budgets. I would like to thank all of you for the participation. My other role is to invite the Vice Chancellor to come and invite the United Nations Resident Coordinator to make her remarks and close the session. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Yeah, thank you very much to the University Secretary for inviting me. The United Nations Resident Representative, Susan, and all your team present here, the Vice Chancellors and all members of top management, staff, students of this university. I would also like to appreciate the committee, the organizing committee at the district or city level, and those from the university for this presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, fellow advocates for a better world. My job is to invite the UN resident representative, but I cannot leave without appreciating the discussions that have been going on. So I would like to particularly appreciate the commitment that the students, Spirit of Love, have made. Of the SDG goals. This collective commitment to achieving sustainable development goals will enjoy us with the UN a better world. I also would like to recognize that in the discussions and following the dialogue that was going on, especially after the panel presentation. Not that it is true, a lot of progress has been made, which is very remarkable, but there are absolutely notable advancement in areas such as gender equality, access to clean water, sanitation, more children, and areas of poverty reduction. But there is still a lot that needs to be done to accelerate transition to renewable energy, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and adopt to challenging climate generation. That is one of the sticky issues that we have agreed to focus on. We also agreed to meet the issue of inequality within countries that are continuing to participate. We need to continue to strive for an inclusive economic growth, to reduce income disparity, and ensure that everyone has good access to opportunities, resources, and effective services, so that nobody is left behind. I would like to appreciate the contribution towards resources and resource mobilization that was given by one of the members. It includes domestic resource mobilization, development assistance, private sector engagement, innovative financing, appreciate that, which should design and involve international cooperation and partnership. I appreciate that. Post-technology and then the issues of demographic dividends that have been discussed. I believe from this dialogue, we are going to craft a lot of issues that have called university resolutions. To the achievement of the sustainable development goal. I want to see that in the north of the UN report. Those remarks.
Please allow me to not stand at the podium. But when I was talking about the primary delegates, one of the leaders was shot the fire of the right one. But our president was like guaranteed because we are starting here for so many hours. We don't truly speak to you. Also, that's to say, I mean, when I think which the university, I was thinking, I left one of his babies 30 years ago with a BS in animal science, animal application, and in BA government. And I was working in the still think and debate issues. But not locked into the world yet, and I hope that we really think, debate, to learn much of it. When I started, and it was starting and started trying to get two comments from the press, and I truly encourage everyone to understand this United Nations was born in 1945. And it was the that existed for United Nations, League of Nations. But at the time it was born on a very specific struggle. But it's important to understand the text in which United Nations was born. To understand, you know, what it is. Yes, to grow up. It is important to understand it more. It's practically practically all of us. It's an important institution for our world. And considering where we are in the world today, many things are context. It is important for the young people to understand, educate yourself. It is important. Please do understand it. I think when we started the discussion, the first part of it, I really liked the first was the mind. But you really got to understand it. I really feel in the room that it's so hard to have an engaged discussion on how we were broken this and it wasn't there in the Q&A. Because it's important that we, as we understand where they're coming from. I'm not going to give it today. But as these things are being implemented as it's because why? We now have global goals to tackle the SDGs and we totally want to support government. And of course, the government development program. That area and other areas. Our cooperation framework is our articulation of how we think for government of Uganda in the next parliament. There's importance to understand that. And of course, in that process of how we support, it's we're making some progress. Of course, we're making progress. But globally, we're not reaching the goals from the mission. Yes, it is going to be a contract. Means we're 116 not on track. In terms of our national program, of the midterm of the NDP, 17%. So, you know, it's not a very good those programs that really nicely designated this one for you. And just as we're beginning to come out of it, we had the war in Ukraine, interest rates went up, supply chains were disrupted again, really further messed up our fiscal basis. And then in the United States, as soon as we progress in so we really have to be thinking really seriously how we will accelerate. Because when development goals are not met from each national development plan aspiration, it means there are many Ugandans whose lives are not included in line like what you're expecting. That's the problem. But that PDM is the best. So that's scared of implementation of PDM now, campaign actions learned quite correctly on how to really do it well. So PDM approach. But it's in implementation. We'll see whether we get into I hope that as we were promised by the Gulu president and so many others, that these discussions continue. Find ways of talking about this because the work of that is this one. We need young people. Enough information develop side opinions about the issues. I think we need to talk about institutions in Uganda. Of my space. I didn't even have to walk in and I started very clean them. That's all we can find out. And the shadow is the things to the lot of the shadow is behind that they were not listening. The amount of things that still has this, it's already good indicator. They're able to actually try and move down. So you have to work. And look forward to how we can engagement with you. That we have a number of discussions already, but we look forward to having engagement with you. For the students, there are many young people who are not where you are. I hope you recognize that privilege. squeeze every opportunity out of that. And it is my big wish for students is that we come out of there really having a lot of critical thinking. It's people who can think. It's not easy to think. It all together, it's think for yourself. For me, that is the greatest wish for you, because it is not an easy quality to have. And in addition to that, learn some basic organization skills. Organization, because there's a lot of times to be challenged. In doing we don't have brilliant ideas. We don't think wonderfully, we speak wonderfully, but then we doing us. We doing is what is going to realize the result. Right? We do it. And I know that you learn how to do. Because it is development goals we're talking about challenge. Productivity. Learn how to organize, be organized. Learn how to pursue something, get it involved. That's my other big issue. And then you have to go and enjoy time also in conflict. Very tiny, good size of maybe 30 years ago, I walked out of the street. It's really going by. And enjoy yourself, make another good relationship, network with a broad variety of people, quite frankly, including your program, that people already come out of here. So really make sure that you thoroughly enjoy your time, in all the opportunities that you have. And make sure that when you leave, you recognize that you came out well educated. A lot of it will depend on the action. Yes, you well. But overall, for my part, I think my UN family's part, we enjoyed the interaction. We had the beginning of many other interactions. Actually, it's not the beginning because I'm sure we'll be interacting in the past. Congratulations to you guys. It's great.
Thank you very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. Your Excellency, thank you very much for closing this dialogue today. I have a few pieces of announcements to make. We are going to have a photo session right in front of the entrance. We shall have this category of people representing the rest of us in these photos. We are going to have the UN team led by the resident coordinator herself and the Gulu University top management team led by our Vice Chancellor. We shall also have the members from the senior academic and administrative staff joining photo session. The students will be represented by the Guild president and his cabinet right there, and members from the Gulu city leadership who are here will represent the community. Then after the photo session, we shall go for lunch. We have 2 serving points. One is nearer to the open space. Service room. Then The second selling point behind is where our students will have lunch from. The students will request that you wait, the ushers are coming in to give you the meal coupons, and then they will gently walk us out. I want to say thank you very much for being a very wonderful audience today. Clap for yourselves. Thank you.